Yeah. And I'm from the Center for Human Rights at the District. Thank you so much for being here with us. And we want to apologize for starting slightly late. Before we get going with our program, I want to just extend a special welcome to the Director of the Center for Human Rights, Professor Franz Berlin, Assistant Director, Mr. Red William, and our local partners, the Law Society in Swaziland, and the Coordinating Assembly for NGOs, the University of Swaziland, but I've also been told that there's somebody from the United States Embassy and someone from the Attorney General Office. We just want to extend a special welcome, but also to Mrs. Thulani Maseko. Just so good to see you. Thank you so much for being here with us. Last but not least, a special welcome to Judge Pide from South Africa. Thank you again, ma'am, for gracing us with this special. We are here to celebrate and to commemorate the life of the human rights and democracy champion, our brother, friend, Thulani Maseko. It is unfortunate that we have to gather in this, but also we cannot agree that there was enough when he dedicated his life to democracy, he dedicated his life to human rights in Africa. And as we reflect on his life and celebrate his life, I think it's also important for us to know that 2023 marks 75 years since the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The declaration itself is an astonishing text. Its first words are thrilling. At the beginning of the preamble, it says the recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equality and absolute right of all members of the human family is in the foundation of freedom, justice, peace, and the world. In other words, it locates the individual and the well-being of the individual at the epicenter of the social order. The rights address a range diverse contexts where human beings are well taken care of. And those could be socially, economically, civil, political, and cultural rights. The scope and sophistication of the declaration itself is remarkable. It will be an injustice not to acknowledge that sovereign African countries clearly existed when the UN adopted the Universal Declaration. However, it is this very declaration that helped African territories to transform into independent state and inspired the continent's own African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Africans must be as free as other citizens of human family to enjoy fundamental liberties set forth in the African Charter and the UN Charter. And these were words spoken by Professor Patrice Lumumba. African leaders framed their quest for national independence as demands for justice, equality, and dignity for all. We have seen human rights violations on the continent, violations ranging from complete disregard of the rule of law and to the revaluing of human life. Often the core challenges faced by our continent is the undermining and the disregard of the relationship between democracy and human rights. The health of this relationship between democracy and human rights is dependent on two things. One, the rule of law, which embodies certain standards that defines the virtues of the legal system. For example, whether the non-political authority of government is above the law. Number two, constitutionalism, the true separation of power between legislature and the executive, the due process for those charged with criminal offenses, and also respect of individual rights. At this point, I'm pretty certain that these two ideas sound like a broken record in certain moments. However, as members of civil society and members of academia, we cannot afford to get tired of learning and teaching about two concepts. They are not merely just legal and political concepts. They are lived experiences of many. For some, the rule of law and constitutionalism is apparent. Their lived experience is often the protection of their lives, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, freedom to protest peacefully, and freedom to leave. But for others, who the rule of law and constitutionalism is disregarded, their lived experiences are hard. We're talking about suppression, threats to life, even homelessness. And for many of us sitting in this room, the latter is their reality. Now, I will not say much about Thulani Maseko. I'm going to leave that to Professor Franz Freyu and a few other speakers who will speak about him. However, here's what I know is that the Southern African Education Center was correct to describe Maseko as the epitome of human rights. Despite his lived experience of the rule of law and constitutionalism being real, Maseko was a beacon of hope to a lot of us. Now we're at a very crucial time in democracy. The assumption is that the line between democracy and authoritarianism is fine. And I have an opinion that there is an invisible and yet dangerous line that is being ignored, the line of indifference. We cannot afford to have a culture of indifference, especially in our civic space. A Holocaust survivor, Elie once said, indifference elicits no response. Indifference is not a response. Indifference is certainly not a beginning. It is an end. And therefore, indifference is always a friend of the enemy. For what benefits the aggressor and never the victim, whose pain is magnified when he or she feels forgotten. The political prisoner in the cell, the hungry child, the homeless refugee. Not to respond to their plight, not to relieve their solitude by offering them a sort of hope, is to exile them from human memory and deny their dignity. We are betraying our dignity. And I think when we think about this idea of indifference, what Dr. said, it steals hope from us. And I was attending a birthday party of President Thabo Mbeki, and there's something that he said, which I found very simple, yet very profound. He said, tomorrow will be better than today. And we are gathered here because there's a sense of hope, right? We are hopeful that tomorrow will be better than today. And in our home, we always remember that indifference is an enemy of hope. So let's hold on to a hope that somehow this continent will be a continent that will uphold human rights, the rule of law, and dignity of all. Now, to get into our program, I'm going to ask Professor Franz Freyu, who is the director of Center for Human Rights, but he was also a teacher to Thulani Maseko, a fellow comrade with Thulani Maseko, to come and just give a background about Thulani Maseko's memorial, and also just reflect about Thulani Maseko's life as a champion of democracy and human rights.
Thank you very much, Bonolo. And I add to Bonolo's words of welcome. It's really a very warm place to be at. It feels like we are between our friends, colleagues, people that have traveled various roads together, and it's great to see you here. I have to, though, just also specifically extend my gratitude to Panela for being here and for all that she has done, and for the work that she's continuing to Beatrice Tekla, who will be one of our speakers, who's honored us with also being here as a speaker. Justice Pillay from the South African High Court in KwaZulu-Natal, someone who has also already left deep footprints in various ways, but also we're very glad that she's able to join us, members of the diplomatic corps, our colleagues from the collaborating partners, CANGO, the University of eSwatini, and the Law Society of Swaziland, eSwatini. Thank you very much for collaborating with us, and welcome to you all. My brief then is in this year that is very remarkable here, 75 years, Bonolo mentioned, of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but let's also not forget 25 years since the UN adopted its declaration on human rights defenders, which clearly also illustrate the same gap between rights guaranteed, declared, and lived experiences that I think Bonolo referred to. And that's quite pertinent to Thulani's life here. My brief is to give a brief background to the Thulani Maseko Memorial Lecture, which we kind of also titled Championing Democracy, the Rule of Law, and Human Rights. Now, it is an historical event in the sense that this is the inaugural memorial lecture. But I make this statement really not in the sense of triumphalism, inaugural lecture, but with reticence and with reserve. Because in an ideal world, we should have not been here today having this lecture. Thulani should have been walking among us. He should have been part and parcel of this interesting and treacherous process in his motherland towards strengthening democracy and better protecting human rights. We are here because exactly on the 21st of January this year, today 5 months ago, Thulani was assassinated in what only can be described as a targeted extrajudicial killing. We share the painful memory of a human being so profoundly principled, being so arbitrarily deprived of his life. The memorial lecture aims to keep his memories alive in us. The aim is to draw inspiration from his life of passionate idealism and courageous commitment, and to explore ways to work towards fostering the principles of his life's work, that is, championing democracy, the rule of life, the rule of law, and human rights. The Center for Human Rights, therefore, is proud to convene this event together with our partners that I mentioned, and with the support of all of you present here today. Now, because Thulani's network extended beyond his home country, he had friends, colleagues, and was interested in human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in other countries across the globe, particularly in Africa. And because the challenges to the rule of law, democracy, and human rights is by no means particular to eSwatini, this lecture today and hopefully in the future will not focus exclusively on eSwatini. The focus of the lecture is wider than one country, and it contextualizes the issues that are mentioned in a broader African and specifically Southern African perspective. In the lecture today, we will focus on eSwatini and particularly on Zimbabwe, since these two countries will host elections in the upcoming months, August and September, respectively. We hope that our speakers will look at questions such as, what are the challenges to democratization in these countries? Do our people really get the leaders that they deserve? And why have states failed to transition from autocracy to democracy? And how can institutions be further strengthened? In my remarks now, I will make an attempt to do three things: say a brief reminiscence of Thulani Maseko, focus on some aspects that are incomplete in his work, and then return with a call to accountability and justice. Now, as Bonolo said, most of us do not need an introduction to Thulani Maseko, Advocate Maseko, and his life. But nonetheless, in a moment, in a sense of just sharing our thoughts, focusing our thoughts on him, I will highlight some of the salient attributes that I associate with his life. He certainly was a human rights defender of great and justified reputation, deeply dedicated to human rights, the rule of law, and democracy, in eSwatini. To me, he was someone who slept, breathed, ate, and walked human rights. He was also a spirited and committed public intellectual, never afraid from shying away and from the risk of taking public positions that were at odds with that of a powerful monarchy. He played a leadership role in many instances. For example, in the legal profession, he was the Secretary General of the Law Society of Swaziland between 2018 and 2021. He also, at the time of his death, headed the multi-stakeholder forum in SF, bringing political parties and civil society groupings together around the ideals of a democratic, fully democratic eSwatini. At the Center for Human Rights, University of Victoria, South Africa, where we are from, we got to know Thulani in the year 2005, when, as was mentioned, he was a student on our master's program in human rights and democratization in Africa. In this program, he spent the second semester of the program in Uganda at Makerere University. After the program, in 2006, as an extension, he also spent some more time in South Africa doing a clerkship at the Constitutional Court of South Africa with then Chief Justice Pius Langa. In addition to the master's degree from our university, he held the BA and LLB degrees from the University of Swaziland, as it was, and also, just get back my line here, he was also holding another degree in international legal studies from the American University, Washington College of Law. The center was privileged to award to him the Vera Chigwa Award, Vera Chigwa being a very famous African human rights defender in Malawi, as many of us would know. And this was given to him in devotion or recognition of his devotion to the cause of improving the lives of people in Africa, and especially in eSwatini, through his fearless pro-democracy activism and personal sacrifice. His articulate, passionate plea for human rights also made him someone that inspired others in the face of adversity. We remember him from those times as a student, as a professional, as a deeply ethical person, generous and gentle, tenacious and tough, principled yet passionate, fearless and friendly, always a friendly smile for everyone around him, with an openness to life, and as I said, an endearing smile even to his staunchest enemies. In his interactions, he exuded warmth and compassion, and he always left people he met behind, not just as colleagues, but also as friends. In keeping with his name, Thulani, which suggests wildness, he was not a boisterous person, but exuded a quiet self-confidence. Quiet, but definitely not silent. Driven by his inner convictions, and despite the risk, he fully understood the present. Thulani spoke and wrote persuasively and passionately, with a consistent clarity of purpose on human rights, the rule of law, and the need for inclusive democracy in eSwatini. Now, Thulani's work certainly is left incomplete. His ideal of realizing democracy fully, protection of human rights to the extent possible, remain unfolded. He planted seeds, but the growth of these seedlings towards a fully fledged democratic eSwatini is still obviously a work in progress and in the good hands of many of you present here today. I will highlight just 3 ways in which I see his life's works as being uncompleted, incomplete, but the seeds having been sown in his lifetime. The first of these kind of incompleted works is the sedition case. As I think all of us know, a case challenging the constitutional validity of the Sedition and Subversive Activities Act of 1938 was instituted by Thulani in June 2009. It was instituted as an urgent application, and it contested the validity of the Sedition Act on two grounds, basically contesting the validity of the act as a whole because of its overbreadth and its open-ended nature, and then alternatively, focusing on a particular number of sections, which the petition alleged were also overbroad, but particularly contrary to the right of freedom of expression and assembly. This case was later joined, as we know, also with a matter brought by others in respect of the Suppression of Terrorism Act. Now, in 2016, that's about 7 years later, the High Court, as you know, delivered a judgment by majority finding in his favor and declaring provisions of the Sedition Act unconstitutional. Just over a week ago, on the 12th of June, 2023, that is 14 years after Thulani had submitted the initial petition, the eSwatini Supreme Court heard an appeal on this matter, and that appeal then is still pending. The outcome is pending, so I will not comment on the appeal case before the Supreme Court. What I will do is just to highlight one or two aspects of the High Court decision that was turned in Thulani's favor. I think that decision, Maseko and others versus the Prime Minister of Swaziland, stands out as a prominent example of the eSwatini judiciary accepting the principle of constitutional supremacy as opposed to royal supremacy. It stands out as a case affirming that the Constitution is a living instrument, placing on judges the duty to interpret the Bill of Rights in accordance with international standards. It stands out as a confirmation that transformative constitutionalism is at the center and should be at the center of judicial reasoning under the institution in eSwatini. The majority opinion also underlines that the judges should not be seen as being contrary to Swazi way of life, but emphasize that the values and aspirations that inform the reasoning are not foreign to the Constitution, but are embedded in the Constitution itself. For example, in Section 2, subsection 2 of the Constitution, a positive duty on everyone to open defend the Constitution. The second line of unfinished work is a little bit closer to home for us in Pretoria, and that relates to his thesis, his doctoral thesis. For the last few years of his life, Thulani had been working on a doctorate in law at the center on the topic challenges to the right to political participation under the traditional Tinkuta system of government in Swaziland/Eswatini, under the supervision of Professor Michelo Nsungule. Regrettably, the final version of this thesis has not been submitted. In this work, he identifies negotiation, dialogue, and deliberation as the greatest weapons to promote peace and development. He quotes President Mandela as saying, "There is no problem that is so deep, given the will of all parties, that it cannot be overcome through the discussion and the negotiation processes rather than through force and violence." And that's what he has to do. In fact, the concluding sentence of his thesis runs as follows: "The best weapon is to sit down and talk. The time for Swaziland to talk is now." In fact, Thulani walked in the footsteps of great peacemakers, and he did so explicitly in his thesis, as in many of his academic writing and in his conversations, as many of you will recall. He often made reference to the example of inspirational figures such as the great Nelson Mandela, but also Martin Luther King and Mahatma Gandhi, who are featured also prominently in his thesis. What a brute irony, is it not, that this gentle and principled man of peace, who believed in the power of persuasion, of words above all, was silenced in a blunt and cowardly act of such unspeakable violence. One of the prevailing concerns of the thesis is the compatibility of modern constitutionalism and African tradition. Interrogating how the right to political participation was exercised and what is meant by this right in traditional African societies, his doctoral thesis shows that leaders, like the kings and chiefs in traditional African communities, were held accountable by and to the people for their actions and deeds. And the study essentially concludes that it is absolutism and not traditional African values that hampers and inhibits effective and meaningful political participation. The third line of incomplete work that I briefly referred to is Thulani's interest and his being an ardent champion of the African regional human rights system. And that would be in particular the African Union's primary watchdog for human rights, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. In fact, myself and Lloyd saw Thulani for the last time in November last year at a session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in Banjul, where he was often found highlighting the issues pertaining to eSwatini, Swaziland. He was instrumental with others in using this continental platform to raise awareness and exert pressure on the eSwatini government. Examples are the following: the Commission's finding in the case of Lawyers for Human Rights versus Swaziland, prepared and submitted by Thulani and others, which was decided in 2005, and also numerous resolutions on the state of human rights in Swaziland, eSwatini, that he and others initiated. We should recall that in Lawyers for Human Rights, this case, the Commission concluded that by prohibiting the formation of political parties, the King's 1973 proclamation seriously undermined the ability of the Swazi people to participate in the government of the country and thus violated the African Charter. The Commission recommended that the proclamation should be brought in conformity with the provisions of the African Charter. Sadly, these recommendations were never implemented. Although eSwatini, we should acknowledge, is a state party to a number of the African Union's human rights treaties, the African Charter, the Maputo Protocol, the Children's Charter, as the eSwatini has not yet committed itself to 4 African Union treaties, and those would be the treaty that establishes the African Court on Human and People's Rights, which has been accepted by 34 African states. Swaziland is not yet a party to that. The important African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, which Swaziland, eSwatini has not accepted, and 3 new protocols to the African Charter on all persons with disabilities, and social security and assistance. On the occasion of this memorial lecture, we call on eSwatini, the government, to give effect to the Commission's decision in Lawyers for Human Rights and to ratify these mentioned African Union treaties and to effectively domesticate those which it had already committed itself. Let me conclude by just saying a few words about accountability and justice. Today's memorial lecture also serves as an opportunity to shine a spotlight on accountability. Today, as mentioned, marks 5 months since the fateful day of Thulani's brutal killing. At that time, a government spokesperson, Percy Simelane, cautioned against speculation, called for the police investigation to be allowed to go its course, and expressed confidence that in the end, the truth will prevail. Many other calls were then made from all corners of the world that the killing should be fully investigated and those responsible should be identified, prosecuted, and punished. Among those calls, 2 stand out because they are made by the regional and sub-regional African Union and African regional bodies. On 23 January 2023, the African Commission urged the government of eSwatini, and I quote, to set up an independent inquiry to investigate the murder of Advocate Maseko with a view to apprehending, prosecuting, and punishing those found responsible for his death. The Commission further called on the government to take all measures required to ensure that human rights defenders in general are guaranteed the right to live a life free from the threat of violent attack. A few days later, 31st of January 2023, the leaders of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, of which eSwatini is obviously part, called on the country to conduct, and I quote, a swift, transparent, and comprehensive investigation into the circumstances of Thulani Maseko's death, and to urgently initiate a peaceful national dialogue with pro-democracy groups as a means to strengthen democracy. We are here today to shine the light on the fact that nothing seems to have been done. We ask for transparency, if you like, for a progress report. This we do not based on our demands, but based on the government's own undertaking, its own commitment and promise to allow the investigation to run its course. We are of the view that it is not unreasonable 5 months later to ask the government to provide us, friends, family, ordinary citizens, concerned citizens, human rights defenders, colleagues, with an update. Where does the investigation stand? What has it yielded? What obstacles have been experienced, if any? And what measures have been taken to overcome these obstacles? What are the next steps and the nature of any ongoing investigation? What are the prospects of bringing those responsible to justice? We also regret that no investigation has been conducted on a much broader issue affecting so many other people, emanating from the excessive use of force and violence by the police over the period 2020-2021. Let me conclude by saying that today we honor, we remember Thulani Maseko. We celebrate his life of selfless sacrifice, but we also remember the many others who made similar sacrifices. Long may their examples inspire generations of human rights defenders and campaigners for democracy who experience intolerable hardship in their struggle for human rights, the rule of law, and democracy in the face of oppression, authoritarianism, and violence. Thank you so much. See you all.
Thank you, Prof. When Prof was reflecting about Thulani's gentleness, I had a privilege of being in a panel with him at the Southern Africa Defenders Network Summit in Lusaka last year. The guy on stage and the guy off stage, there were two different people. It was like a walking contradiction. There was so much passion, so much conviction about what he hoped and lived for when it came to democracy in Africa, particularly in this country. But off stage, he was this shy and awkward man. I remember in the evening, he was holding a little bottle of beer, and I went and danced next to him and hoping that he would dance with me. And he just looked at me like, so do it. And when I think about his life, one of the things that he said is that we are caught up between fear and hope. Fear for democracy in eSwatini, Swaziland, and hope of being assassinated. And I remember on the 21st of January, I just landed in Cape Town and I looked at the phone. And when I saw the news about his assassination, I kept saying, I cannot believe that we are here. He kept saying, he needs for hope for democracy, and fear of being assassinated, and fear of being here. And when we think about democracy, we must accept that it is a matter of life and death. And because it is a matter of life and death, it does not also just push us to a place of fear, but we must remain hopeful. And so now I'm going to call somebody who's going to reflect on non-violent transitions to constitutionalism and democracy, but specifically a specific reflection on Thulani's life. And I think when we think about transitioning to constitutionalism and democracy, we think about things like, freedom to participate in political processes, freedom of civil freedom, or civil freedom, freedom of assembly and association. And as Prophet said today, there's been quite a lot of tension in eSwatini since 2001. Right? A lot of members of civil society are also afraid to exercise, their right to freedom of assembly or free speech because of the, having government coming for them, the retaliation from government. And I think Thulani embodied that while he knew that there would be retaliation, he continued to exercise his right to political participation, he continued to exercise his right to freedom of assembly, he continued to exercise his freedom to free speech. So I went to welcome Thabiso Mabuso, who's a university lecturer at the University of eSwatini, but he's also a program coordinator at the Institute of Distant Education, who will just spend some time to reflect specifically on Thulani Maseko's academic work, particularly around the transition to constitutionalism and democracy.
Director, Center for Human Rights, Professor Franz William, Deputy Director, Mr. Lloyd Veya, Honorable Justice Pillay, South Africa, Honorable Justices online, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Thulani Maseko, members of the legal profession, eSwatini, civic society groups, students present here and online, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning. Professor William, I wondered 10 years later, since I left the Center for Human Rights, as to how I failed my LLM thesis. For me to fail is not getting a D or an E or an F, but it's not getting the grade I wished I could get. And I realized that my thesis is focusing on democratization with indifference as to the means you use to achieve democracy. I borrowed predominantly from the views of one controversial scholar, Edward Luttwak, in his work, Give War a Chance. And for Edward Luttwak, he says the legitimacy of every government is based on the will of the people. And as to how the people express their will should not matter, whether it should be by ballot or by bullet, as long as it is the will of the people. But sitting, preparing for this Thulani Maseko Memorial Lecture, I then found the answer why I could not get the grades. The Center for Human Rights and Thulani Maseko as a product of the center, and him personally did not believe in violence. He believed in peaceful transition to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And it is against that backdrop that I am honored today to reflect on the contributions of Thulani Maseko towards a transition to constitutionalism and democracy. In fact, for TR, as we would call him, TR lived that life of non-confrontation. He stood for it, and he died for it. It is therefore an honor and a privilege to be part of this historic event, and the inaugural event for that matter, which is the beginning of more such events to come annually. But I just want to comment briefly on constitutionalism as we are talking about his contributions towards constitutionalism, democracy, human rights, governance, the rule of law. It's all those virtues which Thulani spoke of. Post-1990, we saw what is called the third wave of democracy, which swept across Africa and Eastern Europe. And this resulted in the proliferation of very well-written constitutions with very elaborate provisions on so many aspects, among others, with a very, very elaborate Bill of Rights. But having a constitution does not mean constitutionalism. Constitutionalism is not a government with a constitution. For us as a kingdom, like many other countries, we have governments with constitutions, but constitutionalism still remains elusive. I remember there was a radio advert by the then government spokesperson, Mr. Percy Smelane. He would so eloquently, as you would remember his adverts, he would so eloquently advertise the country's constitution that it was highly praised by Constitutional Court Judge of South Africa, Justice Pius Lama, as a very good. The validation of the document itself is not constitutionalism. And almost 20 years later, since we adopted a constitution, Thulani died still desiring that we go beyond the well-written document. For him in particular, among other things, he did not believe that the constitution was a constitution by the people and for the people. I will highlight his contributions shortly below. Among others, you will see that he also filed a court application to challenge the constitutionality of the constitution. That was Thulani Maseko. So what then is constitutionalism? One scholar writing for the African Journal Online, Maglu Pezezu, in volume 3, number 2 of 2009, defines constitutionalism as the doctrine that governs the legitimacy of government action. It implies something far more important than the idea of legality that requires official conduct to be in accordance with prefixed legal rules. In other words, constitutionalism checks whether the act of a government is legitimate and whether officials conduct their affairs, their public duties in accordance with the laws. And another scholar, Barnett, he says constitutionalism embraces, among others, the limitation of power. There should be no government with unlimited power. State power should not be a blank check where the government can write any amount it wants to withdraw from its citizens. Constitutionalism also embraces the separation of powers, a system of checks and balances. Power should not be fused in the hands of an individual or a particular organ of state. It also embraces a responsible and accountable government. As we commemorate the life of Thulani Maseko, if we have a responsible and accountable government, by now we should be having some direction as to who killed Thulani Maseko. I was not good in mathematics, but there was something called probability. If the number, the quantity was higher, the probability was also higher. If the quantity was lower, the probability would be low. So now we have heard what Thulani did not stand for and what he did not advocate for, the killing of people, whether friend or foe. Thulani wouldn't want even any single person to die. And may the souls of all those who were killed rest in peace. Both in the armed forces of the state and in the civil society. But the probability of getting an arrest in the matters of the members of the security forces is far lower than the probability of effecting an arrest in connection with the matter of civilians. But our mathematics is so worrying in this country that the probability has been very high in the arrests pertaining to the killings of members of the security forces. And there has not been any chance of effecting an arrest in connection with the matter of innocent civilians. There's another scholar who goes on to also highlight some salient features of constitutionalism. Henkin says there must be popular sovereignty. Whoever sits in power must be popular. In the archives there at the Center for Human Rights Growth, I sometimes visit your website to read about what I wrote on the African Union's regime rejecting unconstitutional changes of government, trying to define what is an unconstitutional government. Should it be that it is unconstitutional, or it should be that it is illegitimate? Because for me, governmental authority comes from legitimacy. It may be in the Constitution, but it may still be unpopular. There I tried to unpack what we call procedural legitimacy and substantive legitimacy. Procedural is what we do every 5 years to cast the ballot. We should account for only, in my view, 25% of democracy. And the 75% must come from how you exercise that power once you are seated on the seat. For us, we define democracy by religiously casting votes, even if they mean nothing. We do not care what becomes of our vote after the electoral calendar. For the next 5 years, we have an unpopular sovereign. That is why, therefore, we also say a coup d'etat, if it is a coup d'etat by the majority, is a popular coup d'etat. And results in a popular sovereign, which is an aspect of constitutionalism. There must be the rule of law. One of the very areas where TR was so passionate. For him, his key instrument to transition to democracy would be the courts, which unfortunately, whose waters have been muddied. The pure fountain of justice, one of the groups on social media where the lawyers convene, I said it has become a dirty pond where all animals drink, pee, and do all their dirty work. What is supposed to be the pure fountain of justice? Yes, the separation of powers is still there, civilian control of the military. We have had a military that is accountable to no one. I will highlight some of the works which TR did. He was very unhappy with the deployment of the military into the civilian population in 2021, where throngs of protesters were killed with impunity. Police governed by law and judicial control, an independent judiciary, respect for individual rights, and the right to self-determination. What Prof. Pinyun has already highlighted, the absence of the right to self-determination. What is wrong with people deciding their political destiny in a country which claims to be democratic? So those were the key features: popular sovereignty, separation of powers, etc., etc. And when we did studies in human rights at the center, we were told that when you graduate, you will become one of possible A's. I have been requested to reflect on Thulani Maseko's academic contributions towards a peaceful transition to constitutionalism. We were told we would become one or more of 4 possible A's Either we become advocates of human rights, or we become human rights activists, or we become academics in human rights, or we become administrators. For Thulani, he was a blend of all, but predominantly he was both an activist and an advocate, and to some extent an academic. This is not to say that Thulani was not into academics. His many degrees, which Professor Viljoen has already highlighted, speaks volumes of his passion for human rights. Actually, in 2021, 2022, he was a part-time human rights lecturer at the University of Swaziland. And to that end, he was also one of the very few law graduates in Swaziland. And please do underline, I'm using Swaziland deliberately. I am honoring T.R. Maseko. He did not believe that the country changed to eSwatini. For him, justice delayed was justice denied, for he so eagerly waited to see his case see its day in court. From 2018 to 2022, the case had still not been enrolled. He was one of the very few who took that extra mile towards doctoral scholarship in the legal profession, has already highlighted that he was almost done with his LLD at the Center for Human Rights. Therefore, as I reflect on the academic contributions of TR, I recall also from the other A's. To a large extent, he believed in the use of the courts to advance democracy and human rights. And some of the cases have already been highlighted by Professor Viljoen, but I had already highlighted some of them, that he spent 2 years in jail in the contempt court case in defense of the right to freedom of expression, having exercised his right to freedom of expression by writing an article in a magazine, the Nation magazine. They were arrested and charged with contempt of court to say they were scandalizing the judiciary by commenting critically about how the affairs of the judiciary in this country are conducted. He also filed a case on the wide definition of a terrorist in the Suppression of Terrorism Act. For him, he subscribed to the notion that one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. His country will always perceive those who are fighting for the rights of others as terrorists. TR was not a terrorist. He was a human rights defender. He was a freedom fighter. He was a voice for the voiceless. He was the help for the helpless. And that is what he died for. filed a case challenging constitutionality of the Seditious and Subversive Activities Act. He filed a case on the right of political parties to register and participate in elections. That is where we found very funny phrase from the judgment of the Supreme Court that, like beauty, democracy lies in the eyes of the beholder. Justice Mahid said, yes, our constitution provides for the right to freedom of association in section 25, and which allows political parties. That is the only judgment I know in this country which affirms that political parties are allowed in this jurisdiction. But for me, it was a give and take, that I am giving you $3 million multiplied by 0. As you are trying to celebrate, you had not seen the last phrase that it is multiplied by 0. And what you have in the end is that you don't have any dollars in your hand. He was also part of the team which did the free primary education case in Swaziland, the X-Miners Association case. These are just highlights. They do not purport to be the comprehensive works of Thulani Maseko, as he was using the many A's he had in him towards a peaceful transition to constitutionalism. Saying that you try from this and they tell you that actually the very same constitution says you do not have it. The same constitution says you have it, and in another clause it says you do not have it. For him, he held the view that then the constitution is unconstitutional, and that we must start afresh on a fresh constitutional dispensation under a constitution for the Swazis, made by the Swazis, not made for the Swazis, but made in China. Sometimes, you know, everything we wear comes branded made in China, but it was made for us. But most recently, when I was then working closely with him, starting from the 2021 unrest, yes, we go back to the state name change in 2018. Remember, there was an application for a stay of execution of a judgment. So I obtained a judgment at the industrial court. The other party was applying for a stay of that judgment. I said, oh, now the papers have been under the heading in the industrial court of eSwatini. So I raised a point of law to say, this industrial court of eSwatini does not have jurisdiction to interfere with the orders of another court, being the industrial court of Swaziland, because these are two different courts. Judge said, but Mr. Mavuso, we all know the country's name has changed. I said, by what instrument? I'm not aware, my lord. And I saw it in the newspapers. We started working on that case. Unfortunately, the registrar is still sitting on the job. Then 2021, internet was shut down. The army was deployed, shooting and killing and infecting. Imagine someone who was trained to shoot and kill, effecting arrests, doing investigations. I wonder how really the questions are posed when a soldier is asking you questions. We had to file an application. That application, I can tell you, the judge who happened to be the duty judge doing agent applications there. Since 2021, she has not been put on the roster to do agent applications. That should speak volumes of the absence of an independent judiciary. Perhaps they thought we had forum short to see who was there. And on the ground, a team of lawyers who I'm seeing present here was also running to make sure that those who were being persecuted through the justice system, seen as terrorists, do also get justice by being represented. There was a directive on the ground that magistrates should not grant bail. Prosecutors must oppose bail applications. And the courts were flooded and crowded. We then had to seek recourse in the upper courts. The internet shutdown case, unfortunately, I saw the softer side of TR also not coming handy for us. The case was avoided on a technicality which was just really, really frivolous. To say that your papers are defective because they do not say, take notice further that the affidavit of Tabiso Mafuso will be used to support this application. But the party that already exchanged all pleadings, I wished I could push, be aggressive TR, but that was not who he was. So we worked on all those cases. What's my conclusion? As he was working on these, recently, actually, we did achieve some things from those lost cases. Among others, we were saying that there was not declared a state of emergency, which must be advised by the Prime Minister to the King to declare state of emergency, but there was no Prime Minister because the acting Prime Minister had been appointed for more than 6 months, yet the Constitution talks about 3 months. At least the state had an ear. They appointed a substantive Prime Minister from that application. He then got a letter to say, no, you can't appoint from the House of Senate because the Constitution says the Prime Minister must come from the House of Assembly. Having written that letter to the Attorney General, they backdated the Gazette to date of appointment that he was already in the member of the House of Assembly. But still, there was still a constitutional issue there. Had he been sworn in? Because you can't appoint unless the person has been sworn in. He was subsequently sworn in. These are all the things TR would raise, that you see that we do not have a constitution in this country. When in 2021, July 16, the nation was called to the CANGO. State, even the Sibaya. If that is the highest decision-making forum, we are entitled to, it's called the National AGM in section 232 of the Constitution. He says, how can I go to an AGM without being given minutes of the previous AGMs? I want the convener of Sibaya to furnish me with all minutes and resolutions, and the state to be called upon to give an account of what it has done on all resolutions of the Sibaya since 2005. we were just sharing thoughts on a lighter note. For him, when he died, he was the chairperson of the Political Parties Assembly. Thank you so much. He was the chairperson of the multi-stakeholder forum. And he has been persistently and passionately calling for the long-awaited national dialogue. And among other things, he differed as to the forum, the appropriate forum for this dialogue. When the authorities and the powers that be were saying that it must be held at a Sibayeni, not a Sibayeni logic here, I do not think he would have said no if it was to be held at a Sibayeni logic. But he was referring to the cattle buyer under the traditional authorities. TR said that in itself is unconstitutional. And we wish to throw this idea for people to believe that in as much as we desire national dialogue, we do not want lip service. For him, he says the issues in contention are issues of the Westminster model of governance. As we know, we have the dual governance system, the Westminster and the traditional on the other hand. And we are talking about the electoral model under the Westminster system. Yet the Sibaya falls under section 232 of the Constitution with a bold heading in chapter 14, traditional institutions. He says, why should we take issues of the Westminster system to decide under the traditional system? In Siswati, why is your in show a dining room? Why is the tattoo pizza even the Westby? And we hope that the headline to which Thulani Maseko lead will be kept burning. This human rights torch, which he always bore, let us all run with it. And may we also implore all institutions of government to play their role as we desire a peaceful transition to democracy. I withdraw words put in my dissertation, Professor Filiun. Do not give war a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mabuswa. One of the things that Mr. Mabuswa said that I think is important, to realize that the existence of the Constitution is not a constitutionalism, right? But so is the existence of the democracy and certain democratic values. For democracy to be stable and functions properly, it requires a particular constitutional framework, and one that is people-centered. And he mentioned that Thulani used to struggle with the fact that the constitution of this country is not people-centered. But also for constitutionalism to thrive, it requires a particular democratic pedigree. And this is something that we know that it's something that is only a dream in this country. And now I want to welcome Mrs. Thulani Maseko to come make a reflection. One of the things that I hold very close to my heart is the fact that we must never forget the human in human rights. In our pursuit of human rights and democracy, we must never forget the human. sometimes we get caught up in abstract ideas. The nature of our work requires us to always be busy, always be chasing the next important idea, the next important subject, and we forget the human in the human rights. And we are here to celebrate a life of a human being. Some knew him just as a human rights and democracy champion. Some knew him just as a colleague, but he was a father, and he was a husband. And I think that's always something that we forget, that Thulani was a human being who lived his life out of a very deep conviction, and ultimately that conviction took his life. And I want to ask Mrs. Maseko to come and reflect on duality of his life, both their husband, her husband.
Good morning. Pardon me for my emotions. I'm here today not as a vice chairperson of Southern Defense, but Prof, allow me to be here today as Thulani's lover. Friends, allow me to call you friends because most of you are here were Thulani's dearest friends. But also do allow me today to call, I never called him Thulani, so it's quite foreign for me. So please do allow me to call him Sweetie. Friends, I loved this guy. Sweetie loved me so dearly, openly, honestly, until the last day. Friends, Sweetie loved me honestly so much that every morning, no matter what had happened the previous night, we had an argument or everyone religiously would leave that coffee for me and say, I don't care if you're not talking to me, but I still love you. Sweetie, you know, it was sweet. But friends, Sweetie and I had many full experiences. One that I want to recall, you know, it was difficult for me and Thulani to have kids. Hence, we experienced 2 miscarriages. But in all those difficult moments, he would look at me and then kiss my forehead gently and say, "You're a fine time." You know, that was sweet, guys. But fast forward to us now being blessed with the boys. Thulani, so gentle. Thulani you know, when you bring up kids and boys for that matter, boys tend to be untidy. Boys, you know, in a very tender age, it's always messy. So there was a point in the life of our young boys, there was potty training. And with me, I'm always loud, I'm always shouting, why are you doing this? Why is the toilet messy? But the gentle Thulani would go to the toilet, call the boy, you've done a mess, let's clean it up. Gently, that was it. But friends, allow me today to take you on that fateful day on the 21st of January 2023. You know, Sweetie was his normal self. Thulani would wake up every day religiously. 4 a.m. is up. His laptop next to him. This constitution, this one here, next to him. This here, terms of reference of the MSF next to him. But on that day, strange. Sweetie was very, very happy. You know, he said to me, I'm so happy today, it's very strange, but deep down, I'm very sad. I don't know what's wrong with me. I said to him, why is that? He said, it's quite strange, but deep down inside, I'm not okay. I said, maybe let's pray. He said, okay, you pray. And then I prayed, of course, and then, but what was strange on that morning, because it was just after 6:30, he said, you know, after your prayer, Sweetie, I feel light, you know, and it's like I'll be able to take whatever is coming. And I said, how sweet, what do you mean? He said, fine. That Saturday, though, he insisted that, Sweetie, I want you to accompany me to the office because, you know, I have stuff to do, but please come with me. And I said, me, I know, not the boys. He said, no, let's leave the boys. We drove to Mbabani's office. He did as well. I was there, Fairfield, went back home in the afternoon. Everything was normal. But what was strange even, he kept on holding my hand so tight. Saying, Ngiyabonga Shiva for believing in us. And I said, my sweetie, why are you holding me so tight? You're making me uncomfortable. And he would say, it's fine. When we got home, the boys were there, you know, we got light, nice lunch and dinner for us. We shared it together with the boys. But again, he kept on holding on to the boys so tight. And he said to me, these are my brothers. These ones, they will carry my voice. He kissed them gently on the forehead and he said to me, thank you for this precious gifts. I know you did a stellar job. You know, he said strange things, very strange things. But I think at around about 8 o'clock, he said to me, you know what? Let me just listen to what this guy, as we would call him, His Majesty the King, what he was saying when he was releasing his regiments. Let me just get his sense of thinking and where he is. So he sat on the sofa, the boys and myself, took out his iPad, listened to that speech. And he was laughing. He said, but sweetie, where's my constitution? This is the same constitution. He said, this guy is not saying anything about this. This guy seems to be vying for blood. And I hope it's not my blood. And I said, sweetie, when you always read too much into things, you know? And he said, you know, the problem, sweetie, is that ever since that massacre in 2021, the body language of the state of His Majesty has changed. It's going to chaos. Fast forward, I think 9 o'clock, he stands up because Maseko and I, Gatti Sweetie, would always enjoy a good whiskey on a good day. So, you know, he stood up to pour some and come back. And you know, he said, what pains me is that comrades don't see that in this fight, some of us all see the light of our freedom. And I said to him, but sweetie, what do you mean? He said, because the level of commitment, I don't see. Comrades are not willing to fight. You know, they take the struggle as a whole, and yet this is a call for freedom for the people of the Maswat. You know, we always talk about freedom, so sometimes I just think. But what struck me, I think before today, he said, you know, sweetie, if they want to kill me, they will kill me here in front of them. I said, what do you mean, love? I mean, the eldest boy is there, they're talking about soccer, but he keeps on saying these strange things. Then God understand. It's in the shadow. And when I look, boom, it's a guy with a gun. And then I'm trying to scream. I just hear two loud bangs. So, immediately I look to them and it's cold. He just went, closed his eyes, and he was holding me. I went to him and I said, how come I went from one? But when I looked at him, he was at peace. You know, to say, sweetie, I've done everything. Because next to him was this constitution, which he didn't believe in. But next to him was also the TOR, which was the way forward that he thought we could use. So, as I looked at that lifeless body, I said to myself, they couldn't break your spirit in prison, so they had to kill you. And as I thought about these boys looking at their father, trying to hold out to the blood, and there was screaming, shouting for help. The boys never cried, you know. The boys were emotionless, you know. And I realized, you know, these boys have the spirit of their father. Fears. I looked at them and just looked there. And then Thulani was. But I asked myself this question, for how long? For how long will this government continue to deny that they're killing people? For how long will this government deny the people of Swaziland their right to freedom of association, freedom of expression? But that, as it may, colleagues, Thulani loved the struggle for human rights. Thulani believed in democracy. Thulani believed in social justice. So, Prof, I'd honestly like to thank you for the courage with the team to have this lecture in Swaziland. Because when I looked around today, the numbers, I said, oh, wait, Swaziland, some people will come, of course. But thank you for your courage to bring Thulani's voice back home, to celebrate Thulani. But I want to continue to send this as a challenge. So I see Musison Shabatsi is here. I see Mzwandile is here to both of them. To say, you guys, Thulani last and please carry on in the way that you people without fear or favor. Please, Mandiwala, as you did when you was in prison, you worked tirelessly. Continue to stand, work for human rights in Swaziland. As I conclude, I want to share with you this lovely poem by Thapelo Ndlovu. I read it every day, you know. because this poem to me gives me hope that maybe those bullets weren't just bullets through my husband's skull and the heart, but maybe those were seeds. Seeds to sprout not rid of the Swazi people. Maybe those were not just bullets, but those seeds will grow into something huge, something great that Inkundla will never know and will never understand. So as I conclude, I now need to read this poem by Thulani. And it goes like this. Those bullets were not just bullets, seeds. Seeds that fell on watered hearts. Those bullets Thulani will sprout out into new seedlings. Seedlings of new hope, of new resolve. Those bullets Thulani are not bullets, seeds. That blood that flowed swiping out dead spirits and drowning faith loyalty, that abuses innocent loyalty, that blood Thulani will moisten into the new. The blood splattered on their faces, blinding them instantly. They can't see. They won't see. Deafening them outright. They can't hear. They won't hear the looming revolution. Your demise has tattooed in our hearts for your remembrance, inscribed indelible graffiti on their faces. Killers, murderers, cheated cowards. And I can hear you Thulani saying, Thulani, Thulani, my people, Thulani in my heart. Let your tears not be of despair, but oil to your springs. Fill out of my graves, Thulani, Thulani, don't cry. But my people, sing, laugh, recite poetry, into the land, for another day is on sight. Emancipation is nigh, and expectation is high. A newborn, a new Swaziland will be born. We shall never surrender. Thank you. As a whole restaurant, and I'm going to want said with so much confidence and sweetly loved to be. And it's so beautiful to hear that you were allowed. But also there's something that you said from the poem that you just read. It's almost as if for this country to see life to be there, that there was no need for it, I must say. But we believe that his passing is not living, and those bullets we see that we would hopefully see. We cannot talk about democracy, cannot talk about human rights in this region without talking about Islam and his conditions, his really in social justice. And so those bullets are very
We want to honor you for being a partner that you were. You gave it to us as a gift. And oftentimes, there's an range of women that are married to our partners, to men like the one that you. But he didn't erase. He didn't. And as a community, we want to say thank you. That you blessed us with him. And we want to thank you for him. So, we're going to take a few minutes break, 15 minutes, to have tea. As one of the last tea, I want to say, where is tea? There's hope. The tea set downstairs next to the reception. Right opposite the reception, the tea set there. May I ask them to be back into the Just to that we had an opportunity to reflect on Islamic life as a champion of democracy and human rights. We have reflected on the gentleman that he was. We have reflected on how he had worked for democracy in this country and equally lived in fear of being assassinated. And his soul points how much he loved his city and how he honored them. And now we're going to look at religious litigation. And what I think about it is that it's we are quite legend. So when we think about public interest litigation and the fact that it favours democratic values, because it's another form of public participation and it allows us to hold government to account. But oftentimes it's difficult, particularly in undemocratic societies, countries where the law is used as a tool of repression, right? Where the law is used to reinforce human rights violations, police brutality, and so on and so forth. And I think Zimbabwe is another interesting example of case study decided on how they very well uses the law to continue to repress its citizens. So we're going to welcome one of my SADC. I shouldn't be limited to SADC. I think I should. It's actually a pen. One of my heroes, a woman that has committed her life literally to the protection of human rights. The country she lives in has arrested her many times and she remains resilient. And I searched this area that when I was reflecting on Thulani's life, that he lived his life out of a deep conviction. And Mama Peterson was one of those as well, that the work that she does, you can tell that it's work that's been done from a very, very deep conviction. And we want to say thank you for serving us and saving this region, saving this continent in your pursuit for protection of human rights. So we can ask that you reflect. I'll give you 15 minutes to 20 minutes to reflect on public interest litigation in a democratic society.
Thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this very painful, journey of trying to accept that Thulani is born. I've been listening to Daniel. Really was like, yes, he is born. And as I listened to Mabuso, and I also thought about this topic and how actually we don't even know how the investigation is going. And I was just thinking about what Thulani would have said. He would have said, well, let's bring him under and see how far they've gone with the investigation. What have they done? Let's see their docket. And if they can't do it, what intervention can we do? And I don't think there's a reason why CSO shouldn't, as part of public litigation, I'm not out of topic and say what has been done to date. This happened in January. We're now in June. Can we have access to the docket? We are acting for the family and civil society. What investigations have been done? If we have no capacity, can we assist in ensuring that we have capacity to investigate this heinous crime? Because, what this means, I was reading was yesterday that lawyers are now afraid And that's precisely what they wanted us to be. You know, to be afraid to our public interest investigations, to be afraid to speak truth to power, to be afraid to do our because as a lawyer, you are entitled to do what we do on a daily basis. So on behalf of Mabuso Cross, I withdraw his withdrawal. Oh, no, boy, child. And I'm saying, you know, that withdrawal is not a void, it's very honest. I've been asked to speak about public interest litigation. And I was saying to my innocent and democratic society, and I was saying to myself, isn't it an oxymoron? Really? You can litigate in an undemocratic society, but you know what the answer will be? Because the first protocol of every despot is interfering with institutions of democracy. And the judiciary is usually the first port of call. So when we look at who is suitable to be a judge in Swaziland, the last person who qualified for that is Thulani Maseko, precisely because he wouldn't do what he is told to do. And without being rude, our sitting judges, well, I can hide saying I'm speaking on behalf of Zimbabweans. I can say certainty that they now look for the weakest link in the judiciary. When we have our interviews, we still go through the charade of having public interviews for people who want to be judges. You get someone who scored and was number 7 being appointed, and the top scorers not being appointed. And so when you talk of a public interest litigation, the first question is, what sort of justice are you going to get from persons who were put in those positions for no other reason than that they will be able to do anything they are told? There are those who got in when they thought they would be strong enough to become judges, and they would do whatever needs to be done as an independent member of the judiciary. But once they are in the especially the checkings that go in there, you know, being in a position you know are not entitled to, you never become a judge if the merit has anything to go by. You want to keep those checkings. In the Bible, we just had our judges each paid $400,000 completely out of pocket and budgeted for. Not in terms of any law, and of course we know we are having elections in August, so every judge must be a happy judge. This case, the electoral victims. And most of the judges would never have that time. They never live the life. Therefore, they are not likely to really even want to look at the public interest space that was free before that. But how do we identify this public interest space? How do I say, oh, this is a public interest case, I should go for it, you know? Clients have specific problems that they want solved for themselves. So sometimes you ask yourself, am I being unfair to this client by trying to get their personal problem to be a problem of the bigger community So sometimes, clients just want their problem solved quietly through your case than to make it a big case. So you sometimes are conflicted because we want to save your client, but you see the bigger picture. You don't want this happening to someone else, and you want something more definitive. And when you say to the client, what if we did this? And the client says, no, no, I want a quiet case. I want it finished. What do you do in a case like that? And that happens a lot. Very, very good public interest cases. Do you go ahead and say, no, I'll make it a public interest case anyway? And in Zimbabwe, it's particularly bad because even if you win on the particular case, quietly, and the next person comes in the similar case and say, you actually don't even want to go to court to say, there's already a case to this effect. So really, there's no need for us to even go to court. And you go to whichever institution, whether it's the municipality, whoever violated that right, say, there's already a case here. So, really, you ought not to be taking this position. Their answer will be, oh, I got the case against Lloyd Kubea, not your client. Your client must go to court and get his own case. That's how bad it is when you have a that system. So as civil society, it is sometimes useful that when you hear of a case that you think would be public interest, you pick it to see what can be done with it. And sometimes also when you just read in the newspaper, like, wow, that happened. Let's track this person down and have that public interest case. And then now you do have your public interest case. In Zimbabwe, certainly, we always have the problem of standing. Because the person who's directly affected might not want to go to court. Like, hey, don't want to rock the boat. So, And in normal democracies, for instance, in India, a judge sees something in the newspaper and they'll direct that there's a public interest case. Or they'll direct a relevant NGO to follow it through. Basically, the courts in India are so good with public interest cases that the easiest thing to do is to access the court. Whereas in our jurisdiction, certainly in Zimbabwe, the hardest thing is to actually have access, particularly to the Constitutional Court, because the Chief Justice keeps the keys to the Constitutional Court closest to where you want to go. He will find any excuse not to give you standing. What is your standing? You have to offer standard to bring in this case. But we don't do things for academic purposes. We deal with cases where people have real interest, so they deny you that. So you then have to find ways of finding a person who qualified to have the local standing, the local standard, so that they can bring the court case. You've got now that it doesn't follow that the case will be held, by the way, because the Chief Justice has dealing with this to have it registered for any other technicality. Then it's just the fact that by Thulani Maseko or Beatrice Mtepa, you are not perceived as a genuine lawyer. You are perceived as a rabble rouser. You are already out to muddy the waters. So just your very being in the case will prejudice the litigant. So how to deal with that? Because you want a result that will favor your client, but your very space, your very name will just make everyone's answer go up the minute your name is mentioned. So that is a huge disadvantage, obviously, for the litigant. So What we sometimes do, depending on the type of case and how important we think it is, I can prepare all the cases, all the papers, make sure everything is ready. Then I call a friendly non-women rights lawyer to say, as for this paper, I tend to just put your name there and your law firm. I do everything else. If you want to be paid, you cannot be paid. I do everything. And it's amazing how much goodwill is out there, because there are many good people who don't want to be in the face of any system, but who want to do good. So you find that I brought a case, my name is nowhere near there. All I do is get someone who sign the papers, they become my post box, and when they get the papers, they're brought to me, I draft everything, I send everything, and it goes back, and then when it comes to court, they say, oh, the brief Mrs. Santiago, she has more experience in these cases. So that's one way of trying to deal it at a practical level with the society we live in, where you know that you may credit your client by just being the face of the case yourself. So that's one way of trying to deal with it. A colleague recently used it, he had a case against a land baron who is very close to the very top of the class in Zimbabwe. And he got a volunteer lawyer to bring the case. And actually it was quite successful. He was the lawyer was just a surrogate for Tendai, and if Tendai himself, had brought the case, the result definitely would have been different. Then of course we get asked all the time the question of why do you bother? You know what the result is going to be. Why are you getting all this public interest litigation case? When you know what the result will be. My answer is, well, you never know. Someone might be walking up on the right side of the bed the next day the case is heard, and you might get what you want. But for me, the majority of times, the only reason I go to court knowing I'm going to lose in public litigation cases is for the record. Litigation is one of the best methods of record keeping, because no one can dispute what's on record. When you bring this application, the state or whoever it's against will respond. And they will respond in a way that will tell you what their position is. In another 10 years, when I'm long gone to join Thulani, someone will be able to call someone to account. And they will be unable to say, we didn't know this was happening. Oh, did this really happen? Because there will be an affidavit on record where the government position would have been put before the court. So if for no other reason, do it for the record. But sometimes it becomes quite useful. I remember many years ago, during a case of one who had been noticed in a state who had been abducted and pushed out and this and that. And when we were looking for her, when we didn't know where she was, I brought all kinds of applications, the police, bring her to court, the army, Central Intelligence to say the people who abducted her said they were police, so bring her to court, etc. So they find all sorts of affidavits saying, oh no, no, it wasn't ours, it was this one, it was that one. And then the head of the minister who was in charge of state security filed one of the most foolish affidavits saying it would not be the public interest to say where she is, etc., etc. And it was like, wow, you know, I said, God, you do love me. Because it made it easy for me now. When I was suing the government for damages, I didn't have to prove much. I had the minister's affidavit saying that it was not in the public interest to say where they taken her to, where she was, and who had arrested her, because we wanted to sue the person who had arrested her. So we wanted the details of the arresting details, because after, you know, a search for her, suddenly she was in police custody. The very police who have said they don't know where she is, they were not responsible. So we now brought an application to say, give us the names of those who arrested him so that we can deal with them directly. And the minister then filed this foolish affidavit saying it won't be in the public interest to disclose those names because he had been blindfolded and he didn't know who. So now, years later, when I'm seeking damages for the torture and destruction, and I had this minister's affidavit. I had also sued him in his personal capacity because I said you can't hide behind being a minister because there is no minister who is in charge of abduction and torture. So what you were doing was unlawful. So I'm suing you in your personal capacity. So when we were now going to trial, that minister had been kicked out of government. They even give him what? A lawyer. So he came to court on his own, and his attitude was, I'm going to spill the beans. And so if we had not taken that public interest case in the first place to say, give us the names, do this, we never would have had this fantastic affidavit that made life so much easier. And so, you know, the damages at the end of the day, we were now talking about quantum, how much do we need? And we got an order by consent of the amount that was due to Justina. So the record keeping is fantastic. Like you might find in future it is useful for other cases. Yes. And sometimes also when you do bring the case, you find that, like Makoso was saying, you find that just writing that letter or bringing the case makes people do the right thing. Out of, I don't know whether it's embarrassment or being compliant, etc. So you sometimes find that just the publicity alone will get you the result that you want, because okay, these people are desperate, but at the end of the day, you find that they do want to look good from time to time. So they go and do the right thing because you have, in fact, intervened. And then, of course, sometimes it will depend on the type of public interest case that you might have. What we sometimes forget is that these politicians and these judges who are all captured are human beings. They live in the same society that we live. Some of them you find them in churches every day, and probably have more reason to go to church. And so sometimes they understand that actually this is the right thing to do. And so it is important that I do the right thing because I live in the same community. Sometimes you don't know that this child is actually related to that one. So there may be dynamics that you may not know. So sometimes you just get the order without necessarily, being without the judge being afraid. They may be afraid, but they know this is the right thing to do. So they will sometimes give you the order. It might be accepted on appeal, but without you having taken the case, because they're saying, what's the point of not bringing the case? Because I know what the result will be. You just might be lucky because the judge really knows that in the long term, this is going to be useful for a whole lot more people, and they give the order and face any consequences that may come. We also sometimes get that a lot of the judges, are good judges. Some of them never actually get given certain cases. Certainly in Zimbabwe, I'm able to say that this case will not be given to Judge Lorenzo because Judge Lorenzo is not trusted. So who knows? The day this case goes there, it might be there when the trusted judge is not there. And this particular one, who in the normal course, which judge might be able to give you the order that you want. So that's another good reason why you should still go to court anyway. And they already try to emphasize that yes, the judiciary is captured, but there may be 2 or 3 that actually are not as bad as we want to pay them. So let's tie all of them with the same price. Let's say these ones definitely are bad, but there's some good ones without naming them, obviously, because we don't want them to think we're trying to divide and rule amongst them, when of course they do divide and rule amongst us. Then there's the issue of how we can protect each other by collaborating with each other in the region. I mean, the things that Makoso was talking about and what Thulani used to do, it was like, like, wow. Okay, so why are we not doing this together? I remember way back when the setting up of standard was wanted, the late Paul one, some of you might remember, although you might have been young. When they were very vocally saying, let us have this organization because we can always hide behind each other. So Standard Lawyers Association was formed when in Zimbabwe we were saying we need a body behind which we can hide when things are too hot for us in Zimbabwe. The association can bring cases in any jurisdiction in the Southern region, and I can't imagine why a court would say Southern lawyers are not standing to bring a case. And etc. Unfortunately, people just started looking at it as a body of, you want to be a counselor and Southern lawyers more for your CV than doing any public work. So there are enough regional bodies in Africa that can collaborate and bring education in our countries together. Because we do need protection. Thulani is gone because he was the face of the legal struggle in Swaziland. But imagine if we were standing with him for each case, if each standard lawyer was there, would he have been the same faith that they absolutely hated? And because of what they have done to him, fewer and fewer lawyers, of course, we want to come to the fore because they see what happens. It's gone, It's what is there, his boys were there, they have no father. And very few people are willing sacrificed to that extent. So why don't we, as a region, bring public interest litigation in the names of our organizations as a collective in order to shield each other from the machinations of the undemocratic leaders that we operate under. So I would suggest that we you people who work in the NGO sector really think very, very strategically on how we can just have a wing that just does litigation. Southern Africa Litigation Center was supposed to be doing that. They do that, but they do that more as an organization than is cover for all of us. You know, I think we need to be more organized in saying we as SADC civils are bringing this pain in Zimbabwe because it affects all of us in the region. An injury to one in Swaziland is an injury to all of us in the region. So I think we should look at that regional collaboration that might sometimes be useful. And then you have these commissions that are in our constitution, the Human Rights Commission, this commission. And when we got our new constitution in 2013, there were all these constitutional commissions, human rights commissions, and then I looked at the people who were appointed in those commissions, and I was like, oh, what people. And then someone said to me, why don't you engage some of these people? Why don't you try and work with them? Yes, some of them are bad, not all of them is bad. And why don't you target the good ones and see what can come out of it? And I was ashamed that actually the very first person I approached in the Human Rights Commission was incredible. She understood what her mandate was. She was happy to be assisted with her report. She was happy to work with civil society, etc. So I think maybe as part of our strategy, particularly with the litigation of such a nature, I don't see why, for instance, I can't go to the Human Rights Commission to say, this is the human rights issue. I mean, not expecting to come to court as the applicant. I'm bringing this case. Once I file it, can you come and join as an amicus and show that you actually believe that in terms of the Constitution and your mandate, this is the right thing to do. And I think it becomes very, very powerful to have a recognized commission created in terms of the Constitution, going before a judge who is also a product of a commission created by the same commission. It's difficult for that judge to say no, because the judge will be denying who they are. They are creation of the same Constitution. So if the Human Rights Commission comes and says, no, this is how it should be, the chances of us getting the relief that we seek are increased. And not only are they increased, it also means other commissions will see that we actually don't necessarily need to go by what these politicians say. Because they might get a windfall of a huge amount of money. The bottom line is they live in the same communities we live in. The pain that we feel, they feel it. We are freer to talk about it than they are. But the bottom line is, let us try and see if instead of antagonizing some of the commissions, we look at the good ones, we look at the good people in some of them, we see if we can work with them, and where we 10, we utilize them and make them as much a phase of the violations as can be possible. That way, we will not necessarily antagonize everyone, because people will understand that we are just not mad lawyers who just want to be fighting. There are reasons why we're doing this, and if people that the government is trusted to put in these commissions come to the fore and say, yes, we actually identify this is what it means in terms of the Constitution, and yes, this is a relief that is in line with what the people of Zimbabwe voted for in 2013 when that Constitution needs to be implemented. So there is the need to emphasize, to all of those commissions, whatever we might think, or some of the members, that we were given a right in the Constitution, and where that right is violated, the citizens are entitled to a remedy. So my thought in terms of public interest litigation in the region is let's collaborate. Let's, look at different ways of engaging those that we do not particularly care for. Let's look for people who may be understanding of our position and assist, even if not directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mark. One of the things that Mrs. Mchana spoke about, which I think it's important, it reminded me of what was happening in the region during COVID-19, that a lot of the issues that we were dealing with were quite transnational. So it was easy for us, because civil society organizations, to create linkages, and there was a strong sense of solidarity. And I think it's very important, even for us now, as a reminder, for us to think about ways in which we collaborate in the work that we do, but also the creativity that she spoke about, in the sense that there are people that we know that just dropping your name, you're an enemy of the state. Generally, governments see civil society organizations as an enemy, but then there are prominent names that you are a constant enemy of the state. There's that humanities of suspicion in how the state deals with you. And therefore, the creativity of finding those that are much more friendlier, if I may use that word, that the state will be more receptive to, will be able to assist us in the work that you do. And I think I like how practical you're offering us and giving us some of these strategies that we should take forward. And then we are running a bit out of time, so I'm going to call the next speaker, and I ask that they keep it to 15 minutes. I'm going to call Mr. Spuso Itabati, who is close to Thulani, and Thulani mentored him and was a good friend to him as well. He's going to speak to us about the rule of law and independence.
So 15 minutes is a lot of time. To the judicial officers present today, the Maseko family, the Center for Human Rights Director, Assistant Director of Personnel, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the profession, ladies and gentlemen. The Perhaps one might start by appreciating and acknowledging the Center for Human Rights for this befitting tribute to Mr. Maseko. I have no doubt in my mind that the Center for Human Rights was Mr. Maseko's second home. I had first-hand experience of this in 2014 when he was arrested. I would get calls from the Center for Human Rights every day. They were asking me about his well-being. I remember, I'm not sure if I can recall her name very well. There was a lady called Ramon. She would literally call every day and ask about Mr. Maseko's whereabouts. So his well-being. And whenever I've gone to prison to check on him, she wanted to know how old she was. So it is very difficult to separate Mr. Maseko from the Center for Human Rights. And we thank you for this befitting tribute. As it has been correctly stated, I worked with Mr. Maseko. He was my mentor. He was my principal in the profession. Realized about him, and I think all of us can confirm, is that he was a champion of good governance and democracy, unapologetically so. And many of us here can confirm that he advocated for the rule of law and independence of the judiciary. He believed that we cannot give up on the rule of law project. He always pointed out that injustice, even if that was going to put him into trouble, he was not going to stand up and at the face of an injustice. And I realized this when he was arrested again in 2014, because he had to apply for bail. And when I went to him to persuade him to apply for bail, he said, no, I'm not going to apply for bail. I want to go on trial because I'm not going to be granted bail anyway. I didn't understand at the time as to why he's saying he's not going to apply for bail. I then did a little research. I realized that he was arrested sometime in 2009 and he was granted bail. I think in 2010 or 2011, he had to go to the US for a Hubert Fellowship program. So when he came back, he demanded trial, and the trial was not coming through. He wrote a lot of letters to the Director of Public Prosecution requesting that he be put on trial, and the trial did not come. The response is, then what he did, he then wrote to the Chief Justice at the time, informing the Chief Justice that, remember, he was out on bail. So one of the bail conditions was that he was supposed to report to the Bunya police station at the last Friday of every month. So it was a court order. It was the conditions of the bail that he was granted. He then wrote to the Chief Justice and said, look, I'm not going to be reporting to the police station every Friday of the month. So I'm going to ignore the conditions that the court are tied for bail for myself. The reason I'm doing this is because I realize that there is no trial that is coming through. And the only reason that these charges are still hanging over my head are for the simple reason that I'm just being persecuted. He was supposed to be, of course, to be charged with contempt of court for that, but he was never charged. So his fear was that if he applied for bail in 2014, the state was going to use that against him and say, no, but we have already violated a court order. But what is important is his letter to the Chief Justice. He says these words. He says, I am doing this with a heavy heart because I'm an officer of this honorable court. I'm supposed to be reflecting and appreciating orders of this honorable court, but this is one order I am failing to pursue or to follow. So that was Mr. Maseko. He refused to be subjected to any form of injustice. He refused to see an injustice happening to someone else, and he will point it out. In his lifetime, he was humiliated by the government of the country. I think I've no doubt in my mind that the state realized that Mr. Maseko could not be broken by jail because they've tried to imprison him twice. Jail failed to break him. At some point, they even condemned him to solitary confinement for 21 days, and that did not break him. So there was something that they ought to do to try to deal with him, because obviously jail was not going to break him, and they decided to use the last measure to eliminate him. One South African reggae artist once said, we are still licking wounds from brutality. We are licking wounds from humiliation. I have no doubt again in my mind that Mr. Maseko fought for equality. He died for his struggle. But on the concept of the rule of law, it won't be difficult for me as I'm not an expert in this field. But I will just go on from what Mr. Maseko used to say about this concept. He usually liked to quote Francis Smith on the doctrine of the rule of law. What is the rule of law? Francis Smith asked. Some people even quite intelligent people, express confusion about it. It is really not difficult. The rule of law is the only system so far devised by mankind to provide impartial control over the exercise of state power. The rule of law means that which is the law which ultimately rules. It is not a monarch, it is not a president or a prime minister, clearly not a dictator, not even a benevolent dictator. Under the rule of law, no one is above the law or beyond the law. The law is the ruler. Nietzsche continues to say that without the rule of law, there could be no politics. There could be no free political discussion, no political process. Instead, we would be reduced to trying to persuade those in power to exercise it or not to exercise it, as the case may be in our favor. That is not politics, that is pleading. The politics process involves free political debate and discussion. It is the rule of law which underpins and guarantees the processes. The separation of powers between the legislative, executive, and the judicial arm of government ensures that power cannot be concentrated on one person or one sphere, provides an inbuilt checks and balances to power. For the rule of law to be effective, a society requires an independent judiciary, one which enforces the law with certainty and clarity and applies the law equally to all individuals and institutions. So this is very important, colleagues. Let me digress a bit, that the law must be certain, it must also bring clarity. There's a current issue in Southern these days, the issue of bail. It is not clear who has a right to be granted bail in Southern in terms of Section 16, because you see people who are accused of committing serious crimes, they are easily granted bail. And people who are accused of committing political crimes, you'll find that bail is vehemently opposed by the Crown. They will even go to the extent of hiring advocates to oppose bail applications. It also seen in the context of civil law, where we see local traditional authorities easily being granted access to the court when they want to interdict against their subject or citizen. But when a citizen or subject goes to court and say, I have an issue by local traditional authority, can I be granted a restraining order or a prohibitory interdict? The court will then say, go back to the traditional structures because this matter touches on so as a customary law. We cannot have jurisdiction over it. Then on the same issues, the other one is granted access to the forum. The other one is unable to be granted access to the forum. That, colleagues, I submit that it is not clarity, it is not consistent, it is not certain. The rule of Southern has been grappling with the rule of law for a long time, but I think the starting point should be 1973. And it is difficult to speak about Southern rule of law without going back to 1973. We all know that that is when King Sokuza unilaterally abrogated the independent constitution. King Sokuza did not have such powers to do that. So he did not have a power to abrogate a constitution. The constitution had an inbuilt mechanism as to how it had to be altered at the time. It did not have the constitution of 1968 has what we call an alteration clause, rather. So King Sokuza was supposed to follow that and follow the law in terms of how the constitution may be altered. It is not surprising that the late Dr. Tushams called the action of the late King Sokuza Maseko as a royal of the constitution. The present king did not make things easier though, because in 1987, he then made the 1973 proclamation the supreme law of this country. A historian tells us, maybe I'm not sure if I was around or I was here at the time, but historians tells us that there was once 12 men in this country who were accused of treason. And they were charged with the offense of treason. They were tried by tribunal instead of a court. Ironically, the Chief Justice at the time was the presiding chairperson of the tribunal. The Director of Public Prosecution was the prosecutor of the case, but they were not allowed legal representation. And the matter took place, or the trial took place outside the High Court building. It was somewhere around Obama. And all these 12 men were found guilty and were convicted for the offense of treason. That was also a rule of law crisis back then in the late 80s. Fast forward 2002, it is well documented that the Prime Minister of the time issued a statement to the effect that the government was not going to respect the decision of the Court of Appeal as it then was. In his Judge Petipa, so the memo is titled "A Life Spaced with Variety." He recounts these events of 2002 because he was a judge of the Court of Appeal at the time. He says that the statement issued by the Prime Minister was at the instance of the King. Following this, all the judges of the Court of Appeal resigned in mass, and there was no Court of Appeal for quite some time. In 2014, we had a situation where the Chief Justice initiated the arrest of a chief government vehicle inspector. This arrest also led to the arrest of Mr. Maseko and Mr. Pedima, the editor of the Nation. It is common cause that the two were later found guilty by the disgraced former Judge Thulani Rudolf, and they were convicted and they served their sentences. They were released, I think, 2 or 3 months before they were supposed to finish their sentences. But the Law Society has not folded their arms on this issue. The Law Society made an attempt to challenge the issue of the rule of law and ensure that everything is done in terms of the laws in this country. In 2014, the Law Society challenged the appointment of Justice Inaugural as the judge of the High Court of Swaziland. The court then, in dismissing the application, attacked the Law Society as if the application by the Law Society was aimed at attacking the authority of the King. Yet that is not what the Law Society was saying. The Law Society was saying in the application, the King should appoint judges in terms of the Constitution. But the court decided to ignore that and say, no, you are just attacking the authority of the King to appoint judges. The court was of the view that the lawsuit was frivolous because the applicant knew, the applicant being the Law Society, that the King enjoyed immunity from all legal suits for everything done under the sun, which he does or he omits to do. In finding that the King's action could not be challenged as the King was considered unerring, the court further relied on an archaic customary idiom, the mouth that does not lie. The net effect of this decision today is that any exercise of public power by the King or anyone on behalf of the King cannot be challenged as unconstitutional. And then in the year 2015, we saw an arrest of judges and senior officials of the High Court. Some of them are still judges. One of them was elevated to the Supreme Court. Another one was redeployed. Colleagues, Section 138 of the Constitution of Swaziland guarantees the independence of the judiciary. The Constitution provides that appointment of judges should follow an open and transparent process. The judiciary is endowed with all powers to adjudicate over all disputes of nature, even involving human rights as enshrined in the Constitution. Therefore, the courts have to safeguard the rule of law, the Bill of Rights, democracy, and the common good of the people. However, having an absolute ruler erodes the rule of law, and the lines of separation of powers are blurred. Practically, in the case of Southern today, the monarchy is in control of the 3 arms of government. Very wide powers are given to the head of state to appoint judicial officers by the Constitution. The King appoints the Chief Justice. In terms of Section 39 of the Constitution, the JSC is established, which consists of the Chief Justice, 2 legal practitioners with not less than 7 years experience and good professional standing. It also includes the chairman of the CSC and 2 other people who may be appointed by the King. The upshot of this is that the King appoints all members of the JSC in Swaziland. And these members of the JSC are in turn supposed to advise the King whom to appoint as the court or as judges of the Superior Court. This therefore has created this a fictitious impression that the king is above the law. Yet when one reads the constitution, there is no provision of the constitution that places the king above the law. The constitution only says the king has at all material times has a duty to uphold and defend the constitution, and so are the citizens. It does not speak about him being above the law. There is currently, as I conclude, towards the end of year 2022, the Law Society launched a complaint against the Chief Justice with the Minister of Justice. The Law Society's complaint is filed under Section 158 of the Constitution. The Law Society accuses the Chief Justice of committing serious misbehavior by breaching his duty to uphold the Constitution on the following grounds. They accuse the Chief Justice of violating the Constitution by appointing acting judges for successive 1 month period. The Chief Justice is accused of contravening Section 150, subsection 6 of the Constitution in establishing the commercial division of the High Court of Swaziland without consulting the President of the Law Society. The Chief Justice is accused of interfering with the administration of justice, violating court orders, conflict of interest, defeating or obstructing the cause of justice. The Chief Justice is accused of abusing his power, breach of leadership code, violating of his oath of office, the judicial code of ethics, by coercing an employee of the High Court to withdraw a complaint of sexual harassment, victimization, and nepotism against him. While these allegations linger over the head of the Chief Justice, the court's independence, impartiality, and efficacy is in doubt. In a proper jurisdiction or in a proper setup, the Chief Justice will have been persuaded to take leave while this investigation are underway so that he can exonerate himself of the serious allegations against him as a Chief Justice. As I conclude, I'm saying that for the second time. I was not there in 1973, but I wonder if the people who were there, who were there at the time, can say there's a difference between the Swaziland of 1973 and the Swaziland of 2023. In my view, the Constitution has been made in the same light, in the same tenor and spirit with the 1973 proclamation. Because in the constitutional dispensation, the king still had control over the three arms of government. And that was the net effect of the 1973 proclamation. We contend that democracy will not ensure, or democracy will ensure that there is rule of law, good governance, and respect of human rights in Swaziland. For Swaziland to deal with the issue of human rights, of the rule of law and independence of the judiciary, the country must warm up to democratization. The country must warm up to democratic reforms. And once you have democratic reforms, then you are going to have the respect of the rule of law. You are going to have an independent judiciary. Because the current situation has told us that it cannot be that in an autocratic regime, you can have an independent judiciary. As I sit down, Mr. Maseko, Mr. Maseko used to cite the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, especially these words in the preamble. It is essential that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. In his mind, there could not be human rights without the rule of law. There could not be enjoyment of human rights without an independent judiciary. So this is the situation in Swaziland. Swaziland does not have the rule of law. The independence of the judiciary, while it is guaranteed and protected in the Constitution, it remains at a pipe dream, I think.
So I'm wondering if you are a teacher by any chance, because pastors will keep claiming that in conclusion, as I conclude and continue to introduce a new subject, just they claim to conclude. But there's something that you said that I thought was important, that Thulani refused to be subjected to injustice, but also even in his death, he triumphed. And the state thought taking his life as the end of him. But even in that, it sounds like a contradiction, and perhaps also a little more uncountable. It gives us a sort of discomfort that there should be death for us to find victory in that way. So like I said, we are running out of time, but I'm going to welcome my keynote speaker. I'm just looking for her bio quickly. That's on my phone. I met Josh Pillay last year. I had the privilege of meeting Josh Pillay last year at a conference at the University of Free State. It ended up being an interesting one. I always, as someone, this is something I may not have mentioned about myself in my other life. I used to be a preacher. So there's a scripture that I took and intended to suit the way in which I live my life, because I like flexibility quite a lot. And it says, the beatitude, blessed are the poor, blessed are the hungry, blah, blah, blah. I decided that I'll say, blessed are the flexible, but they will never get. And it was at the conference where we important a lot of flexibility. And it was interesting how I saw Josh Pillay as well allows herself to be part of the flexibility of that conference and the beauty and the conversations that came up, because in itself we allowed us to be flexible. But to read her biography, because I think it is important that I do, Josh Pillay has dedicated her professional life to the pursuit of transformation through the law, and has a wealth of experience as a defender of human rights. As an attorney in the apartheid South Africa in the 1980s, she focused her work on assisting political detainees during state of emergency and other politically related cases. She was a judge of the Labour Court from the year 2000 to 2010, when she was appointed to the KwaZulu-Natal High Court, where she still serves. She has acted as a judge of the Supreme Court of Appeal and is a commissioner of the Independent Electoral Commission. She's currently acting as a judge of the Constitutional Court and is also shortlisted for a permanent appointment on the South African Highest Court. Judge Pillay has, throughout her career, also maintained a strong presence in academia. She served as an extraordinary professor of the Faculty of Law at the University of Victoria. She has been a visiting academic fellow and fellow at the University of Seattle, New York University, Oxford University, and Harvard University. She has also penned several academic publications throughout her career. And in April 2020, she obtained a doctorate in law from the University of Victoria. Do you know this? The best university in Africa. The best university. I'm just saying this because my boss is doing it. But it's true. And she's currently working on converting her thesis into a book to be published quite soon. So we look forward to seeing your book and welcome, Judge Pillay.
Thank you very much. Thulani Maseko, Consently, and Cosivile, for the two boys who are not here, sons of Thulani. And all colleagues who are here, thank you for celebrating this moment of courage. And thank you, UP, for the degree. But thank you for convening this revolutionary event. Corrections, I am retired. And I retired in January. And that means I'm not in the talks. I spoke to Tanele before I started preparing this talk. I needed to have a personal connection with Thulani, and everything that I wrote, she's already told. And what she didn't cover, others have covered. So I'm going to skip along. But what that conversation with her and listening to you and listening to Beatrice brought back a life that I once lived. And the struggles, the intensity of the time and the despair from moment to moment, but also the victories that made it worthwhile to keep on going on. And last night we discussed, so what do we do when there are forces that we cannot see who are pulling us and the judiciary and the institutions of government as if they were parents? What do we do in those circumstances? You do what you keep on doing now. So I like to go back to my history and the history of South Africa, and you'll see that there are parallels that from which I hope we can take some lessons. Thulani Maseko, a human rights lawyer, a truth seeker, was cut from the cloth of Griffiths and Victoria Mthembu. Their story holds lessons for all who care to heed them. The Mtenges practiced law 2 streets away from my office in the 1980s. They represented activists in many political cases in KwaZulu-Natal. Agents of apartheid government, death squads, stabbed Griffiths with 45, stabbed him 45 times on the 19th of November, 1981. His wife, Victoria, mother of their 3 children, took over their human rights law practice. In the Eastern Cape, the Cradock 4, Fort Kelata, Matthew Ganive, Sikolo Mshlauli, and Sparrow Mfontes. Heroes of the South African struggle were assassinated. Apartheid South Africa denied responsibility for abducting, assaulting, and burning them to death in June 1985. However, on 22 May 1992, the New Nation newspaper exposed Colonel Harold Snyman's top secret military message calling for their permanent removal from society. In December 1999, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission denied amnesty to Colonel Snyman and 5 other security branches officers. Addressing a 50,000 strong crowd at the funeral of Cradock 4, Victoria Mthenge condemned the assassinations as desperate acts of cowardice. 2 weeks later, Victoria too fell to apartheid's death squads. On 1 August 1985, 4 men gunned and axed her to death in the driveway of her home, in front of her children. In 1987, a magistrate refused to order a formal inquest into her killing, ruling that she had died of head injuries and had been murdered by persons unknown. agents of the apartheid government's death squads. Dirk Coetzee, Armin Nofumela, Jonah Masela, Ryan Lunga, and David Shikalanga confessed to killing Griffiths. I'm mentioning these names because we must remember our heroes and the villains. In 1996, the Amnesty Committee of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission granted them amnesty. Bongi Malinga confessed to shooting Victoria Kenge 5 times before axing him, but no amnesty was applied for or granted in this case. If you Google Ranjit Kelly, a photographer of the times, and you'll find he published a book called Memory Against Forgetting. You will find, and I was reminded when speakers mentioned Pius London to tell you about this, you'll find a photograph of Pius Langa being the pallbearer at Griffith's funeral. He was right in front. On the opposite side of the coffin, at the back, is my pop, the handsome fellow. The day after her assassination, the treason trial of 16 leaders of the UDF and the ANC was scheduled to start. The law firm of Utenge and our practice, Yunus Muhammad and Associates, were part of the defense team. When the trial of Peter Maritzburg eventually started, much of the evidence against the accused in that case took the form of tape recording of speeches that the accused made to mobilize and conscientize the public, to organize them to act peacefully in the struggle against apartheid. The trial began with an objection to the admissibility of the recordings. The state adduced evidence through a witness who claimed to be an expert in politics, which allegedly qualified him to link the speeches to the political unrest sweeping in the country. Ismail Muhammad, who later became Chief Justice, led the defense team. The judge presiding was the Judge President himself, Judge President John Milne. After hearing the evidence and the argument, Judge President Milne delivered a seminal judgment that to date remains authoritative on the admissibility into evidence of videotape recordings. Google Esbas Ramgavan, the 1986 judgment. There are several judgments, but in this judgment, in the full volume of South African Law Report, you'll find Judge President Milne saying that it must be proved that the exhibits are original recordings and there exists no reasonable possibility of interference with the recordings. His judgment led to all the accused being discharged from prosecution without even getting into the box. After the trial, and when the recurrent states of emergency continued to fill prisons with the anti-apartheid activists, Yunus Muhammad and I sought a meeting with Judge President Milne to discuss prison conditions of detainees held without trial and access to family and lawyers. Because you were talking about how do we shift things, and you're quite right about Indian judges in India who see articles about violations, they pick up the phone and they just get onto it. It's not what we do in South Africa, but it is that kind of judge that we're looking for to promote human rights. So we had this meeting with Judge President Milne, and incidentally, Yunus was in hiding at that time. He came out of hiding, and of course, we went to the Judge President's office, safe space. After that meeting, Judge President Milne directed that political detainees held under emergency laws should have access to lawyers and family visits. That practice of judges visiting prisons continues today. Currently, Constitutional Court Justice, retired, Cameron, is performing that function. And if you watch the media, he exposed the Vesta related corruption. A few years later, we encountered John Milne as an appeal judge in the appellate division in Bloemfontein. ANC activist Sunny Singh had returned from exile in 1991. He was applying for a passport at the Department of Foreign Affairs, which was across the road from our law practice. An official alerted the police that there was a terrorist in town. Sunny was arrested. The ground of appeal was that the arrest was lawful because Sunny had committed the crime of having a passport with a false name. In the appellate division, unimpressed by the case for the state, Justice Milne invited the advocates to his chambers. He asked the advocate for the state to follow the question: is it Rose by any other name not a rose? And that was the end of the case. Sunny Singh subsequently succeeded in a damages claim for unlawful arrest and detention. In preparing for this talk, I spoke to Yusuf Bada, a human rights lawyer who retired from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and he gave me an account of his encounter with Judge President Milne. Yusuf Bada had been arrested and detained under the security legislation incommunicado, no lawyers, no family. And so an application was brought on his behalf for his release. Judge Crick of the KwaZulu-Natal division at the time heard the case, but he settled it and didn't give a judgment. More than 3 months had passed, and Yusuf wrote to Judge President Milne and saying that he is an officer of the court, and this is the story, the judgment hasn't been delivered. So days went by, he didn't hear from the judge president, but eventually a police officer took him out of his cell and said, "You've got somebody in the waiting room for you." And he went into the waiting room and he found Judge Gelgert there. And Judge Gelgert told him that he was there at the request of Judge President Milne to see that he was okay and what his needs were. And that inspired so much hope for people in detention. And shortly after that, they were released, of course. So these are lessons from history. And what are those lessons? First, judges with conscience and imagination, conscientious and clever judges, will strive to find appropriate rules of law to apply to circumstances of a case to achieve justice. Judge President Milne had been appointed by an apartheid president. However, as a legal scholar, law makes justice to him. By applying a technical rule of the rules of evidence, he directly raised the standard of proof that prosecutors must produce before the burden that prosecutors must produce before the burden shifts to the accused to defend themselves. Indirectly, he gave effect to the right to freedom of expression in politics. Judges like John Milne are respected and remembered and loved. Judges who are disrespected are those who prowl the corridors of power, puff up every time they're called excellency, euphemistically treat as a loan bribes and gifts. Self-serving judges will not go down in history as heroes, but as accomplices and perpetrators of human rights violations. But they will never be forgotten. Second, political killings. So, when the killers run out of ideas and the courage to dialogue with their opponents, when they know that they would lose in defending their unjust causes, when they have their backs to the wall, and most of all, when they are afraid. Like wounded animals in fear, they strike out more viciously than before. Good judges can turn the tide towards democracy. Political killings, the third point, are not acts of courage, but of cowardice. What cowards do not realize is, as assassins, they will be caught and exposed. If their troubled consciences do not cause them to confess voluntarily, then the cowardly accomplices will betray them, as you pointed out, Regis. Assassins have no place to hide. International, if not national courts and truth and reconciliation commissions will excavate the truth. Fourth, assassins create martyrs. An annual lecture at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and Nelson Mandela University continue to honor the Mzanga's commitment to the struggle for democracy in South Africa. Streets, buildings, and an advocates group are named after them. In 2006, Lungisi Griffiths Mzange and Victoria Nyamezelo Mzange were awarded the Order of Lutuli in silver for their excellent contribution to the field of law and sacrifices made in the fight against apartheid oppression in South Africa. Similarly, the Thulani Maseko lecture is informative in memorializing a hero in the struggle for human rights, development, and democracy. They must go together, human rights and democracy, and development. Fifth, the struggle for democracy follows a pattern of peaceful contestation, violent reactions, assassinations, peace talks, settlement, truth, reconciliation, amnesty, and the prosecution of unrepentant assassins. Violence must end at some point. The sooner the protagonists get to settlement, the fewer the hardships will be, conducing to a greater readiness to reconcile. Both world wars ended in armistice and peace treaties. The Cold War ended in the collapse of the Soviet Union. How and when will the contestation between pro and anti-democratic forces in Swaziland end? For end it must. Let's simulate. Like Victoria Mzange, Thulani Maseko was also busy with a treason trial when he was gunned down. What I'm about to do is not to lecture. Hence, I intend to involve you. As Thulani Maseko might have addressed the court on behalf of his clients, members of parliament, Baktere, Mabuza, and Ntandani Dube. I intend to involve you as judges of the Court of Public Opinion. You will be delighted to know, justices of the Court of Public Opinion, that you have all the legal materials before you to make your judgment. Thanks to the learned Judge Mansi Dlamini. She quoted at length the recordings of the speeches that my clients made. They form the basis of the main count 1 of terrorism and counts 2 and 3 of murder. I assume that her transcription is correct, but as you will appreciate, I have not had a chance to consult my clients about this aspect. Whereas my clients' public addresses reached a few hundred people, the transcription is now available worldwide through the publication of Judge Manzi Dlamini's judgment online. Judging the case for democracy, justices of the Court of Public Opinion. I begin my address by identifying the core elements of democracy. That will help you to assess the state of democracy in the Kingdom of eSwatini. Eswatini. Without such an assessment, adjudicating the case on the facts of my clients would be incomplete. My clients, the members of Parliament, Mabuza and Dube, were convicted on the 1st of June 2023. With the utmost respect, I submit that their arrest, detention, and now conviction are unconstitutional and unlawful. I seek their acquittal on all charges. Core elements of liberal democracy. Tabiso Mabuso, you reminded me that constitutionalism is a paradox. Democracy, defined by Abraham Lincoln as government of the people, by the people, and for the people, is grounded in majoritarianism. Constitutionalism seeks to limit the excesses of majoritarians. That in itself is an ongoing tension, never to be resolved, but in a constant state of evolution, adapting to the circumstances, like natural selection, to form better societies. Minimally, liberal democracy embodies the virtues of many freedoms: the rule of law, an independent judiciary, elections, a viable opposition, accountability, and transparency. Other hallmarks include human rights, such as the rights to equality, dignity, and personal security. Many speakers at the landmark conference of the Association of World Election Bodies, AWEB, in October 2022 in Cape Town, South Africa, identified the essence of liberal democracy to be good governance, functioning legal and political institutions for enforcement to combat corruption, service delivery, and development. Winston Churchill said on the 14th of November, 1947, many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all-wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. Holding elections is no guarantee that bigots and despots would not govern. In contrast, some one-party states are known to promote the best interests of the majority of the population. One of the reasons for liberal democracy morphing into democratic recession worldwide is because governments violate the human and livelihood rights of those they govern. Irrespective of one's personal preference for a system of governance, be it monarchism, liberal or social democracy or communism, we Swazis signed up for liberal democracy. We must make it work. Democracy, Swaziland style. It would be a colossal mistake to assume that no system of peaceful governance existed before constitutional democracy arrived in Swaziland. Some sympathy is extended to drafters whose mandate is to parachute liberal democracy over traditional systems. It falls beyond the scope of my client's case to undertake a detailed exposition of the contradictions between the constitution of the Kingdom of Swaziland and the traditional system that prevailed for centuries before. For now, let it suffice to note, for instance, that even though the constitution is the supreme law of Swaziland, and that any other law inconsistent with it is void, the monarchy derives rights, prerogatives, and obligations from the constitution or any other law or customary law. So is the constitution Swazi law or customary law the supreme law? Another contradiction arises from the absence of Montesquieu's fundamental tenet of liberal democracy, namely separation of powers principle. Under Swazi law, there is no such separation. The king prevails over the judiciary, executive, and legislative branches of government. Ironically, learned Judge Mamsi Dlamini, in convicting my clients, cites copious extracts from judgments of two erstwhile Chief Justices of India, namely Deepak Misra and Navathlal Bhagat, on the supremacy of the Constitution. In the largest democracy in the world, both the supremacy of India's Constitution and its grounding in the separation of powers principle are well established. That is not so in Swaziland. Elections. Governance in Swaziland is grounded in a traditional system of chieftaincy led by the monarchy. Section 79 of its constitution asserts that Swaziland is a democratic, participatory, Tinkundla-based system which emphasizes devolution of state power from central government to Tinkundla or local authority areas. Individual merit is a basis for election or appointment to public office. Administratively, Swaziland is divided into 4 regions, 55 Tinkundla centers or administrative divisions, and 360 chieftains. Each Tinkundla, which is the singular for Tinkundla, falls under the authority of an executive committee called the Kopo. Members of the Kopo are elected from the chieftains or polling divisions within Tinkundla. Members of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, all of whom are appointed by the King on the advice of the Judicial Service Commission, oversee the elections at primary, secondary, and other level. However, elections are not conducted as a competition for public office. Campaigning is not allowed. Neither are political parties recognized as participants in the electoral process. The right to freedom of expression entitles people to promote their preferred candidates in a competitive election to serve in government. Having a vibrant opposition that challenges the governments to improve the quality of their decisions can only be in the best interests of the government. A process that does not involve the nomination of candidates seeking political office, campaigning and competition cannot be elections, but selections. Does that sound familiar to you, Tanere? This is the point that my clients sought to share with their audiences and for which they were arrested and now convicted. Holding regular, fair, and inclusive elections is a competitive process for establishing democratic, representative, and accountable governments. Freedoms, rights, and protections. For liberal democracy to succeed, all the core requirements must function efficiently and interdependently, take the rights to many freedoms. The Constitution of Swaziland provides in section 14.1 the fundamental human rights and freedoms of individuals and guarantees specifically the right of freedom of conscience, of expression, and of peaceful assembly and association, and of movement. Considering that these freedoms are repeated as protections in sections 23, 24, and 25, Swazis in general, and my clients in particular, should have been able to rely on them when they called for an elected and not appointed prime minister, and encourage people to deliver petitions in support of this call. Instead, they have been unconstitutionally arrested, charged, and convicted for exercising their constitutional freedoms. Freedom of expression includes the right to debate different forms of governance within and outside of Parliament. If no agreement is reached, contenders should be free to approach an independent, impartial court to determine the disputes. In South Africa, a new party aggrieved by the electoral laws approached the Constitutional Court. That resulted in an amendment of the law on Monday that went past 19th June 2023 to provide for independent candidates to stand in the forthcoming elections in 2024. That's how democracy works, right? Rule of law. As for the rule of law, it has both a metaphysical as well as a political notion. We are concerned with the rule of law in both its senses, but let me speak of it as the most basic, speak of it in its most basic terms, that is, that no person is above the law. Law rules, not individuals. Frank Mickelman defines a political notion of the rule of law as a formula that, I quote, names a category of preferred or desired governmental practices comprising elements of authority and obligation, transparency and accountability, regularity and fairness in the extension and administration of state power. Grounded in the idea of truth, the rule of law principle requires lawmakers to make rules in the interests of good governance. What if the law to be applied is bad governance, the population and democracy, because it favors particular individuals and classes, or because it does not allow democracy to flourish, as political parties are not allowed to offer candidates to stand for election, to be elected into government and to govern. In a functioning democracy, it should be permissible to test the validity of rules of law before an independent, impartial judiciary. Section 245 of the Constitution of Swaziland prescribes a procedure for effecting amendments to the Constitution. Section 246, that's amendments, even to specially entrenched provisions, including those relating to the kingdom, its constitution, and the monarchy. Determining whether the process for effecting amendments is fair, considering the dominance in the parliament by appointees of the king, and that any amendments requires the king's assent from under section 245, go to determining whether in substance, if not in form, eSwatini is a genuine democracy. But in this case, my clients are charged for encouraging people to reject the appointment of the prime minister. Because he is not elected, they contend that he conducts himself without accountability to those whom he is appointed to represent. The question is whether the law permitted my clients to call for amendments to the Constitution by following due process so that the prime ministers can be elected, not appointed. The answer must be a resounding yes. Judicial independence. In Swaziland, as in South Africa, the Judicial Services Commission oversees the appointment of interviewing and selecting judges for appointment by the head of the state, whether it's the king in Swaziland or the president in South Africa. However, it is a rule of law that judges must be independent, impartial, and persons of integrity. The Bangalore principles describe these qualities as imperative for an independent judiciary. The Times of eSwatini, dated 17 October 2021, reported that Judge Tichene Dlamini, who had recused himself from a commercial case, was instructed by the Chief Justice to continue to hear that matter. I wonder whether the litigants in that case were satisfied that justice was done by being served by a judge unable to hear their case. However, it is not often that one finds evidence of interference in judicial discretion in a judge. Swaziland News of 15 September 2021 quoted from the judgment of learned Judge Mamsi Dlamini in the bail application of my clients. I quote, in the result, there is no need for this court to make a determination whether there are new grounds for the present bail application. I find that this court is functus officio. Applicants' remedy, if any, lies not in this court, but elsewhere in this regard. And her statement is ambiguous. She could have been referring to an appeal to a higher court. However, a reference to undue influence cannot be excluded in the context of the newspaper's expose that the king had ordered the police to arrest my clients. Furthermore, a week earlier, Swaziland News had reported that she feared for her life and was seeking asylum in the United Kingdom. Of course, as learned judges of the Court of Public Opinion, you realize that from my situation, I have not been able to test the veracity of these newspaper articles, but I must take them at face value, considering that I did not find any refutation of these statements. However, it is the judgments convicting my clients that suggests that they might be undue influence. Like the UDF trial before Judge President Milne, the gist of the Crown's case is recordings of speeches that my clients made calling for elections and encouraging people to file petitions to that end. In an unsustainable leap of logic, the learned judge Dlamini found that those speeches resulted, I say allegedly found that those speeches resulted in death, injury, damage to property, endangerment of people's lives, and disruption of services during the June 2021 uprisings. Most startlingly are the counts on which my clients have been found guilty. They were found guilty on count 1. Listen carefully. They were found guilty on count 1. That's amazing. And the first and second alternatives to count 1. The order is startling because when a finding of guilty is made on the main count, the alternative counts fall away. Such an order is, with the greatest respect, not the work of anyone qualified to practice law. Although the electronic copy of the judgment bears a signature, I humbly request justices of the Court of Public Opinion to find that Judge Mamsi Dlamini, formerly the Director of Public Prosecutions and a High Court judge with more than 10 years experience, did not make the decision to issue that order. For if you were to find that she did issue that order, then you must also find that she's unfit to be a judge. In conclusion, contrived prosecutions of political opponents are symptomatic, not of democracy, but democracy in recession. Like the TRC excavated truth, like more recently, the Zondo Commission that excavated corruption, the truth shall prevail. Such contrived prosecutions result in convictions and the deprivations of freedoms merely to annihilate opposition and to cling to power, but only briefly. Swaziland will not be at peace until democracy, genuine democracy, prevail in the circumstances. Justices of the Court of Public Opinion, I have been silenced from representing my clients in the courts of Swaziland. So I turn to you as judges in the Court of Public Opinion. You want peace and prosperity for all our people. You value democracy and human rights and the rule of law. Most of all, you are independent, impartial, and you will act with integrity. Accordingly, I humbly ask you that to discharge, to find my clients not guilty, acquit them of all charges, and release them from prison forthwith. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Judge. But Judge Pillay took us through a history lesson. Because one of the things in particular is that it's a tool that we can use to understand and critically assess contemporary times. But it also helps us to use our power of imagination. The power of imagination that allows us to imagine an Africa that contradicts our reality. Because I imagine that those that she's mentioned that fought for freedom and liberation during apartheid South Africa, as difficult as it was, they were imagining a South Africa that contradicted their current reality. But oftentimes, when we think about the history of South Africa, I always find it quite ironic when we celebrate days like Human Rights Day, the 21st of March, because how do we celebrate Human Rights Day, particularly with the history of Sharpeville, when we continue to see police brutality during lockdown? How do we continue to celebrate human rights when we continue to see gross human rights violations? And so even in this, in our times, in contemporary times, perhaps we can draw the bravery, the courage and the strength of those that have gone ahead of us or that have gone before us to assess and critically and understand contemporary times and figure out the ways in which we can fight for the rights of our people. I'm going to invite Lord, and Lord, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. I'm going to invite Lord, the Assistant Director of the Center for Human Rights, to give his closing remarks. And I do want to say thank you so much again to Judge Pillay, to Managers Tetua, to Sibusiso Mhlabadzi, to Tabiso, also Professor Francis, for you, Mrs. Thulani Maseko for speaking, for availing himself. We really appreciate it. Lord will do the closing remarks, and we will afford you the opportunity to go and exercise your right to food. To do that, Tari is sitting at the back, and she's got food vouchers. Please grab one from her. And if you have not signed the register, please see Tari or Mary before you leave, because it will be important to have you sign the register. So, Lloyd, I'm going to hand over to you and just close.
Thank you very much. Fortunately, I'm not going to be doing any presentation. I'm just closing so that we can go and enjoy the lunch
that has been prepared for us. And I wonder what or who is going to name today. I think firstly, I just want to thank all the presenters. I think somebody has just sent me a message saying, we please have all the presentations. And I hope Bonolo and Tariro will make it possible that those presentations are made available. And I hope that you all in the register put down your emails so that you'll be able to receive those presentations online. So I just want to first of all start by thanking Bonolo for an excellent moderation. I think you were so amazing. I want to thank Tariro for all the logistical arrangements. I think when Professor Francis Fillon decided that we were going to Swaziland for the inaugural lecture and not have it in Pretoria, many people were saying to Tariro, are you crazy? Why do you want to go to the Lion's Den? You know? But we said, no, we're going to go to Swaziland. We are not going to be fearful. We are going there to honor our colleague and our brother Thulani Maseko. And I just want to thank Professor Fillon for your vision, for your leadership, and persisting and insisting that we have to do this in Swaziland and honor our brother. Chanel and my sister, thank you so much for standing by Thulani when he was alive and even now when he's resting in peace. Thank you so much, and we wish you well, and we shall always be with you all the way. Also, when you was talking, yeah, I almost wanted to say, guys, let's just abandon this talking now. Let's go and take up arms. But it is true that call. But now it has been reinstated by Sister Beatrice here. And we want to thank Swaziland for giving us Beatrice in Zimbabwe. Really, enjoyed having you in Zimbabwe as a sister, as a fearless human rights defender and lawyer. And thank you so much for all the tricks you've shared with us and with our colleagues for, still practicing in Swaziland. There are some strange things that have happened in Swaziland. And I was talking to my brother here, who was a judicial officer. And he was put in prison simply for forming and setting up and leading a magistrates association in Swaziland. And I was, I think as Judge Pillay was presenting, and literally she has done a review of the judgment by Justice Lamar's, poking holes, into some of the unbelievable decisions that have been made by some of the judges, but also the political leaders in Swaziland. And I think we need to continue to do that. Of course, thank you so much. And I think for me, I hope that you and a host of other lawyers and activists who are in Swaziland will carry that flag and continue to fight the good fight that Thulani has shown us. I've seen a lot of activists here, lawyers, the likes of Muzi is here, Kunene, Fusi Kunene, Hepim Kabela, you can, Mary the Silver, Swaziland is so full of brilliant people, brilliant lawyers and activists. So the idea is that we need to continue to chip away at this autocracy until we achieve democracy. Freedom is just around the corner. By the way, when King Swati was inaugurated in 1986, he said he was going to fight for justice. And he was going to achieve justice. And I was just saying, I hope he remembers those words, because that's precisely what we want to see in Swaziland. So, Judge Pillay, thank you so much. I think the court of public opinion is acquitted the members of parliament. You are not acquitted. And I just want to end now, and I'm closing to use up my 5 minutes by just reading something. Because I've learned today that history repeats itself.
Yeah.
Judge, thank you so much for taking us back to history. I was just reading here a description of King Mswati's father, Sobhuza II. And I think the problem is that history will repeat itself if no one intervenes. History will repeat itself. If we remain indifferent, history will repeat itself. So I just want to read the passage again, and I want to leave us thinking whether if we do not intervene and do something in Swaziland, indeed history will repeat itself. Here's an excerpt from Wikipedia. I hope Wikipedia is accurate in this description. Sobhuza II was born on the 22nd of July, 1899, and died on the 21st of August, 1982. He was the Ingwenyama of Swaziland for 82 years and 254 days. The longest verifiable reign of any monarch in recorded history. And I was just thinking to myself, does the son want you to repeat the same thing? Or maybe he wants to break his record. It's not a record. Because if we do not intervene, history will repeat itself. Yeah. Now, but how did he rule Swaziland for 82 years, and yet he died at the age of what? 82 years. Yes. So the moment he was born, after 4 months, he became king. Because his father then died, and he then became king. But there were people who were appointed to rule on his behalf. Okay. But now, in terms of his direct reign, he endured as the king for 60 years. And he had also another interesting factor in history. He had 70 wives and 210 children. I don't think King Mswati can break that record. Or feel that mistake. But I just want to leave you with this, my brothers, my sisters, colleagues, honorable guests, that, and I want to quote Bonolo here, that indifference is the enemy of hope. Indifference is the enemy of progress. If we do not continue to intervene, to do something about the situation in Swaziland, then we will continue to live with the problems that we have. So thank you so much and enjoy lunch. Where's Tarino to tell us about the logistics?